Hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. My name is Kay. It is good to have you with us again today. Today we are back in World. We are doing some commuter runs. I have picked out a bunch of runs that I would like to do and I would like to share that with you. So let's actually hop into the rundown. So as you can see, the witty wordplay for today is does not commute. Always like to keep it fresh and witty. And as you can see, our first run is off the BAKERLOO line. Service number 201D/5. Starts at 7-Eleven, leaving from Queen's Park to Elephant and Castle. Our second run will be in the Cardiff City Network, leaving from Coryton to Penarth in the 150/2. Followed by another run on the GLOSSOP line, one of my favorite routes that I've played so far in Trains and World. You'll probably notice a lot of ticks on that thing. And we're actually going to do the full run, part 1 and part 2, from Hadfield to Manchester Piccadilly. Service number 1U94, and that's leaving at 10:57. I'm sorry, excuse me, 2G50, leaving at 10:42. Followed by another run in the class 323, leaving from Blackpool North to Manchester, but we'll be taking it from Manchester Piccadilly to Manchester Airport, service number 1094, and that's in the class 323 as well. Followed by a run off the Cathcart Circle, service number 2M71, leaving at 6:22, and we will be in the ScotRail 380. Followed by a Isle of Wight run. I feel like no one ever does any runs on this thing, so we'll get that in. Service number 2D01/A. And we'll wrap it up with a Leavenworth run, service 2K64, leaving at 12:15, and that's in the special livery ScotRail 158. I believe that's a different skin as well, heading out to Edinburgh Waverley. And that's a look at our rundown for the day. As you can see, we're back in Stratford. I really do like the amount of traffic on this thing. But we'll jump into the game. I actually have it set up already, so let's just get into it. All right, so here we are on the 72. We'll get the cab set up. Control keys in. And we'll turn the switch on. Before I hop back in the chair, I'm just going to set up my destination blind. Elephant and Castle. And I'm going to hit that now just to make sure it switches. There we go. Get some light in the cabin, excuse me. We'll hop back in the chair. And we'll insert the direction selector key. And we'll pop this into forward. All right, we'll set that up. Looks like we're good to go, so we will apply some power as we roll into Queen's Park. Speeding. Hope everyone's doing okay. We'll get our information in here. I know someone just subscribed. If you can just let me know who that was. It didn't pop up on my screen. That would be appreciated, and I can give you the proper respect that everyone else has gotten when they've subscribed. But this is Queen's Park. Doors will be opening on the left. Okay. And while we're waiting, I'm just going to... I'll get up for a second. Hop on my gauge lights. I'll sit back down. And there are two versions to this BAKERLOO line. I believe the other one was horrible looking in the tunnel. Hopefully I have picked the right one. But we'll get going here. There we go. Uh, 15 entering the tunnel. Next stop is Kilburn Park. Downhill gradient of 0.2%. I'm just going to back up on the power here. Hope everyone's doing well today. And we get up 35. 3.7 downhill gradient. And the fact that I can still see my instrument lights in the tunnel is a good thing. There we go. That looks a lot better. As we approach Kilburn Park. I've always liked the BAKERLOO line. I've ridden it a couple of times while I was out there. It's pretty cool. But as someone who is tall, not the best to stand up in. But this is Kilburn Park. Doors will be opening on the right. As I adjust to the brakes. All right, I don't know who that follow was, but I will give an acknowledgement anyway. And we'll get the doors closed. All right, next stop is Maida Vale. We can get up to 30. As we traverse through the tube. I really do wish they could actually give us another underground line. Like, is this really that difficult to create? Asking for a friend here. This is Maida Vale. Doors will be opening on the right. A little short. There we go. Only thing I do not like about doing these underground runs, you can't hop out and get some nice views in the tunnels. Which is understandable. All right, Warwick Avenue's next. Really wish I had a PVC, but it is what it is. Downhill gradient of 0.5%. 500 yards to Warwick Avenue. And as you can see, we're late. But with the frequency of these underground trains, they come every 2 minutes, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. This is Warwick Avenue. Doors to be opening on the right. Really hope I get surprised with the nice Elizabeth line in the coming weeks to Dovetail Live. But I won't hold my breath. I've been begging for this thing for 3 years. Paddington is next. It really is quite amazing actually being in London and knowing exactly where this train runs, even though I'm American. 900 yards to Paddington Station. The hotel that I was staying in, or one of the hotels I stayed in, was out in Paddington, so I know exactly where this lets you out. It's near one of the horrible steakhouses that I've been to, which I will never go to again. I was so disappointed with that steak. And that's tough for me to say because I'm not really a steak guy like that. But if you give me a good steak, I'll remember it forever. This is Paddington. Doors opening on the right. There we go. Wish I could hop out. I love scenery. But you get none on these underground lines. Okay, signal's green. Applying power. Edgware Road is next. We get up to 30 miles in 100 yards. Stopping at 25. I tend to like to hit the platforms at about 20. And then, like, break halfway through the platform. And we are roughly 8 minutes heavy. We'll get the doors closed. I'm definitely not going to catch up on this time. All right, and we're good to go. Next stop is Marylebone. So how many terminals do the Baker line hit along its run? It's a pretty good amount. Like, they hit almost all the London main stations, which is pretty cool. And I really do hope that they extend the line. I know there was talks about possibly extending it so that you can reach out to Stamford Bridge. Don't know how much of a reality that will be. So we're a little heavy here. Just glad that signal was green. There's no way I'm going to make up all this time that we have. I've never done an underground run on time anyway, so... but we can get going here. Baker Street's next. I really do feel like it would be really easy for them to get a nice core route in. But I'm also not a developer, so I can't speak on that part. Though I would like to actually start to create a route. And obviously it would be Elizabeth Line, because that's what I want. Alright, doors opening on the left. Like, I know if we started an actual route, like, someone like SW could definitely do this. Me personally, I don't think I have enough time to get this done in a timely fashion. It would definitely take at least a year for me. So much other things going on. Regent's Park is next. Unless I actually move out there. Get a job with like Sky Sports, BBC or something. Or even my company now, which has an office out there. I'm sure if I took my laptop with me, I could actually do some things, but I wouldn't be too confident about it getting done in a timely fashion. Regent's Park is next. As we navigate through the core of London. which is kind of like my second home. And I will be out there soon. This is Regent's Park. Next, we're in Wales on the Cardiff City Network. Next up is Oxford Circus. Another place I have been to as well. I was told when heading out to Oxford Circus to not have my phone out because like people do snatching and runs. I never saw any of that. I don't know, maybe because I'm like 6 foot, almost 5. You know, some big, tall, black guy. I don't feel like I'm intimidating enough to, you know, to think that you can be scared of me, but I don't know. To each his own. Some people may look at me differently. I don't feel like I'm one of those people. I would say I'm more like a giant teddy bear. Uphill gradient of 0.9% as we approach Oxford Circus. Some announcements would be nice on this. I don't understand why they can't just make all the trains available in this game with announcements. This is Oxford Circus. Doors opening on the left. All right, we get doors locked. Downhill gradient to 1.3%. Piccadilly Circus is next. Been there as well. Really do feel like this DLC does not get enough love. It's a very decent run if you're into underground. Like me, I grew up with the New York subway system, so this is a home feel for me since we can't get one for America. I don't care which line. It can be any line. I would probably play it to death. Eager to see what they come up with for the American content. Line speed drops to 20 here as we approach Piccadilly Circus. Let's hear what the horn sounds like. It's a bit meh. as my daughter says, it's meh. This is Piccadilly Circus. Doors opening on the left. All right, we get him close here. Charing Cross is next. I think this line hits a good major portion of all the main terminals in the core, aside for like Euston and Finsbury Park. Excuse me, not Finsbury Park. Fenchurch Street. Does this stop at King's Cross? I believe it goes to Waterloo. Waterloo is one of my absolute favorite places to stop at when I'm in London. It just reminds me of home so much. Doors open on the right with all the amount of tracks it has. All right, next stop's Waterloo. And we get up 35 here. Line speed drops to 25 as we approach Waterloo Station. It's gonna be real nice to have this in the game in another couple of weeks. I'm willing to put money on it that this is gonna be in the game. It's the smart thing to do, especially if we get a SWR route. I'm hoping they start from Waterloo and not just give us some boring bits like they did with Doncaster Peterborough, which I don't know why they didn't start in King's Cross. So hopefully they're learning from all the mistakes that they've made in the past. And I do feel like they're trying to change for the better. A small part of me still feels like they are a cash grab, but for the most part, I'm confident with the way they're heading. As I've said in the past, I understand it's a business, even if we don't want to look at it that way. For us, it's just content, but for them, they still need to get paid. That's understandable. But if they really want to control their DLCs, then they should make their own instead of relying on third-party developers. Taking nothing away from the third-party developers. I enjoy the content. But to me, it feels like they rush these guys to get things out by a certain time, even if they're not ready. That's the way I feel. I feel like some things are not ready, and they say, well, we're going with it anyway. And to me, that's not a good business model, but it is what it is. This is Lambeth North. I'd love to get an underground line starting from Heathrow. I think that would actually settle two things that I want. One would be another underground line, and two would be to get Heathrow terminal into the game. Because then you can actually have two underground lines, even though the Elizabeth line is technically not an underground line. But it would allow you to actually run that on GWE Remaster as well. And you can keep your Airport Connect as well to run out there. And put an actual 387 on there. Although I am American, I don't know if the 387s were Heathrow Connects in that time era. I'm just going off of what I know from when I go out there. From the city I love, which is London. This is Elephant and Castle. Doors will be opening on the right. I don't like approaching most terminals more than 15. Although this is not a terminal, it is our last stop. So I will just coast in here a little bit slow. All right, doors open on the right. And that will conclude our only London Underground run for the day. We'll get them closed here. All right, and as you can see, we did a lot of up and downs here. But that's a commuter run. A lot of stoppings. Distance travel, 7 miles. Feels a little weird driving for almost 40 minutes and only doing 7 miles. Distance walked 3.91. I don't remember walking anywhere. But it is what it is. We can jump back into the main menu. Alright, and we are in the Cardiff City Network next. Service number 2P04. ME/2. Not sure if there's announcements on this. I don't play this enough, as you can see. I have nothing ticked here. P04 is what we're jumping into next, as I turn the music down a little bit. And we are leaving from Coryton to Penarth. We'll change the dynamic weather. You know what? We'll do clear. How about that? I used to put clouds on, but... And here we go. Alright, and here we are in Coryton. Get the safety systems up. I still feel like I'm missing something, but we'll see in a minute. Master keys in. Acknowledge AWS. Get the doors open. GSMR is good. Let's look at our light situation here. Instrument lights. Alright, I don't have time for that. Headlights. Right. Let's take a look. Can't really tell the sun is on it, but looks like it's correct. I'll pop that right there. Switch to number 8. Shitload of people on a platform doing NPC stuff. Single track platform here, but yet no one wants to get on the fucking train. Don't know what they're waiting for. And what is this bus? Wish it said where it was going. I like that one. Alright, we'll hop back in. We'll get the doors closed here. Alright, next stop is Whitechurch Station. Almost forgot this wasn't a PVC. Alright, and we get up to 45 here. So today we're doing commuter runs. Here is the plan for today. We are in Cardiff City right now. Next we are in Manchester. We're gonna keep going. I keep forgetting we are not on PBC anymore, and I totally did not hit the brakes on that. Next station is Ruabina. And just to make sure I actually make this stop, we're gonna get the brakes going here. I apologize. I am not ignoring anybody. I just didn't want to miss this station. Give me 1 second, guys. I definitely do not play this DLC enough. This is Ruabina, and I'm sure I'm butchering that, but... Alright, doors opening on the right, on the left here, excuse me. We should have a longer wait, so I can actually hop into the chat right now. Sadid Anwar, how's it going? Thank you for joining us. Today we are doing commuter runs. I try to pick some lines that don't get enough play on streams that I've seen anyway. And I've picked a couple. One of my personal favorites that gets neglected is the BAKERLOO line, which we've just finished. And now we're in the Cardiff City Network, heading from Coryton to Penarth. The train that we are in is the TSW6/2. I like it because it has the 3 doors. I don't know, like, it's just something about the 3-door 150 that I really do like. What other differences there are between the units, I can't tell you. But just going off of my personal preferences, I do like the /2. But we'll get the doors closed here. Kind of wish we had a Greater Anglia train here as well. Applying power. Keep forgetting about the brakes. Don't think I've seen that old lady before. Birch Grove is next. I know it says Birch Grove. I'm just being funny. Birch Grove in 630 yards. One of my actual favorite commuter runs is the St. Albans Abbey, which I kind of hope gets put in the game now that we have the branch lines for the Thames branches. Maybe that's something in the future that we can get. Howdy, Ashen Jaeger, if I said that correctly. Thank you for the follow. This is Birch Grove. Doors opening on the left. Oops, sorry. Stop a little short here. Ugh, I really hate this camera. I can't do it. Okay, that's pretty cool. Sadid, are you talking about the Crossrail line, Elizabeth? Or are they creating another one? I'll be out there in another month and a half, so I'll definitely see it. Alright, and we can get to our next destination. Glass. Sounds like a name more than a station. My favorite train is the Pendolino, believe it or not. That's my favorite train in the UK. My favorite train in America is the Acela train. I've actually been on a Pendolino 6 times already. Quite enjoy it. But this is Glass Station. Doors will be opening on the left. Can't quite get the braking on this thing. I don't know why. Alright, this is Glass Station. That's artful. I think I'll keep that. Line speed drops to 25 in just under a mile. We'll get the doors closed here. We'll lose that. We'll lose the ticker. And we're departing. Nice clag there. Two-car unit. At least it's full. Heath low levels next. Oh, I did not hear that, Sadid. I will have to look into this after I finish here tonight. It's interesting. You've piqued my interest. Yeah, I love the 37 and 47 as well. And for those reasons as well, I love the horns. I especially like the 47 horns. Actually, the 37 horns, because you can change the tones. On classic anyway. I don't think you could do it on Train World. After stream, I actually am planning on hopping in the 47 and doing a run from Moss End out in Scotland. It won't be on stream, but I'm probably going to make a video of it. And we have our first bad for the day. That's great. I've just figured out why I don't like doing this run. But I am interested in hearing about this new line. There we go. Is there a name for it? Just so I know what I'm looking up. As we get some more shenanigans. It's amazing the amount of passengers on this single track platform deep in Wales. And we can't get this in like Piccadilly or like Waterloo or something. Like, why is there so many people? Look, this kind of looks like a school trip. There's so many people. That's crazy. I'm actually going to look this up now while we have time. Uh, 2024 tube stock, £1 billion modernization project. Doesn't look like it has a name yet. But we'll keep that on our radar. Yes, I've been on the district line. Believe it or not, I have been on a lot of things in the UK. I try to go out there often. I'll be out there in another month and a half, actually. Starting my run in Scotland. Flying into Edinburgh, heading out to Fort William, where I will be seeing the Jacobite. Actually, I won't be on a Jacobite. I tried to get tickets for that, but it was sold out. The Jacobite is basically the Hogwarts Express from Harry Potter, steam train. But it was sold out when I wanted to get tickets, so I'm just gonna hop in a ScotRail unit and pretty much do the same thing, except it won't be a steam train, which kind of kills the immersion for me. But since it's my first time in Scotland, I won't cry too much about it because I'm exploring a new country, basically. So I'm doing that as well, and then I'm hopping on the Caledonian Sleeper from Fort William and heading down to London, which I always wanted to do, and now I can actually get it done and enjoy it. This trip for me is basically a all train trip. Like, I'm doing a bunch of train stuff. So hopping on the sleeper, heading into London, heading out to Epping Ongar that day for a steam gala to look at some more steam trains. Been on a steam kick lately. Doors opening on the left here. So I'll be doing that as well. Then the next day I am in Taunton, I believe, for is that West Somerset? Yeah, hopping on the West Somerset Railway to do another steam gala. And then on the Sunday I'm out there. I am in Northmore Yorkshire Railway, and that's for a diesel gala. So a lot of train stuff in England for me. Well, I should say the UK, because I'm doing it in Scotland as well. And then I'm hopping on another personal want, the Eurostar. So I'm hopping on the Eurostar and heading out to France. Visit the Louvre, Eiffel Tower, before coming back on the Eurostar to London to do some rail fanning out there. Like, I love going to Barking. I love going to Stratford. Is this the same station I missed before? Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me? was going to make it. Do some rail fanning out there. Barking, Stratford, Waterloo, London Bridge, one of my favorite places. My favorite tea shop is out in London Bridge, down in the mall underneath. So I need to restock on tea. I really do believe I should have been born in the UK because I love tea, actually. Which is really weird because most of the people I talk to don't like tea out there, but everyone thinks that English people just drink tea. But it is what it is. District line is actually one of my favorite underground lines. I want to say it's one that I've been on probably the most, other than the Elizabeth and Northern. So this is Birch Grove Station for the second time. Doors will be opening on the left. Well, if you're not going to stop, I'm going to go forward. Alright, doors opening on the left. And we're early, so I'll do a little looking at the area here. Very generic. Nothing to really get excited about. Road looks a little funky down there. Yeah, this looks like they cut corners. Literally. Look at this. There's a tree in the road, basically. Yeah. There's a reason why I don't like doing this DLC that much. We'll get the doors closed here. No cars. No cars whatsoever. Really shoddy work on this DLC. Releasing the brakes, applying power. And approaching the next station, so... There's a lot of people on these small branch stations. Releasing the doors here. Set up for a flyaway. Is this the same shot I had before? I think it was. Alright, street level crossing. Make sure I don't run anybody over. .8 miles to Heath low level. As you look at the TFW 150/2. There's really nothing flashy about this run so far. .6 miles to Heathrow level. Like I want to get faster, but these stations come up on you really quick, and next thing you know, you can't stop. I also almost feel like this should have announcements on it. All right, coming up on Heathrow level. I want to see what this looks like. I mean, it looks like a nice area. Houses just look generic. As you have red at the end of the platform. Doors opening on the left. As far as the scenery, it does go pretty far back. We actually have cars now. Getting them closed. Still on a red here. Yes, I have heard of the Metropolitan line. I've actually done a video for Classic with it. Well, we finally have a green. Sorry, lady. Missed your train here. We should be at 25, leaving this platform. Queen Street is next. In 2.3 miles. 0.5%, excuse me, 0.9%, and it changed again. 1.2% downhill gradient. I couldn't get it out before it changed. And we get up to 75 here. Speed limit's all over the place on this run. 2 miles to Cardiff, Queen Street. Gonna hop out and get some fresh air here. Actually, let me open a window. Can I open a window? Meant to get a picture of that, but playing on a PlayStation today. I'm usually on a computer. Acknowledge. Gonna back up on the power here. It should be overground. It should be overground. The signals are a little throwing me off here because I'm getting only AWS pings, but I'm not seeing any signals. 0.7 miles to Cardiff Queen Street. Nick Giorgio, good to see you again, my friend. How you doing? I actually like the Leeds area. I've done some good runs in that area. Like, I'm really loving the Harrogate Loop DLC from OTS. It's pretty cool. I have a couple of videos that I have coming out pretty soon, or I want to actually do. So I want to do a run from Leeds to Edinburgh in the Voyager. That's one of them. I also want to do, and I'm already in process of doing it, a run from Stirling down to London Euston in the Lumo Voyager. Yes, it's classic. I honestly prefer classic, just because there's so much more to do. This is Cardiff Queen Street. We dropped the 15 here in over 500 yards. This is Cardiff Queen Street, doors opening on the right. I actually didn't lock them. You're disappointed with the length of Cardiff. I'm disappointed with Cardiff altogether. This DLC definitely is not one of my favorites. But for the sake of the stream, it is a commuter run. And I just wanted to show some love to Wales. So I figured I'd get it in. Wish you could kind of flirt with this DLC. Oh, that sounds great. We'll get the doors locked here. Yeah, not a fan. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. Alright, line speed drops to 15 here. I'm just gonna... which one is that? I don't think I've heard anything new. If you mean the one that's coming out, like, next week, I'm probably not going to get it. Not because I think it's boring. It's just, honestly, I don't play much of my German content because I want to put the safety systems on, but then I put the safety systems on and I can't drive the damn thing. So it kind of pisses me off, even though, you know, all the German content looks very beautiful. Like the scenery is awesome, the trains are amazing, and I want to drive it the right way, and I can't. So if I do hop into it, it's usually without the safety systems on. But it kind of defeats the purpose of the way I play. Like my style of play is I like to hop out a lot and look at the scenery, and I can't hop out if I don't have my safety systems on, because I need to pay attention. Yeah, like you say, it took you a full year. Like, I thought I figured it out, and then when I thought I figured it out, I didn't have it figured out. So I just kind of gave up on it temporarily, as we now have a green. Still speeding over. Let me drop down a little bit. Approaching Cardiff Central. Yeah, nothing personal against the German content. I do like it. I just can't play it with the precision that I want. That also goes for American content. I hate the fact that we can't take the safety systems off. Like, I've stopped so many times because safety systems have caught me. Yes, I have heard of Northern Line. All the underground lines I've been on. I'm a big fan of the London Underground, personally. This is Cardiff Central, doors opening on the left. Big fan, huge fan of the London Overground on this game, also. Doors opening on the left here. That is a huge car park. I'm seeing a lot of big car parks lately in Trains to the World. I hear a HS2. I actually have two, Nick Giorgio. I have the Goblin line, and my 1A is the Lioness. Followed by the Windrush line, and which one would I put after that? We get doors closed here. Pull back a little bit. I want to get some of that HS2 in there. Oh yes, I'm a big fan of UK trains. All right, Grangetown is next. WCMLS is my favorite. It is my overall favorite. If you actually look at my library, you'll find a lot of West Coast Mainline South videos sprinkled in here and there. But I just feel like West Coast Mainline South has so much variety in it because you have underground, you have overground, you have fast service, you have semi-fast service, and I just love the availability of variety that you get with that DLC. And also because I love the 390, so I love playing on the 390 as well. So that would always be number one for me. Although there is a bunch of other DLCs, if you said, hey, I want to play this, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I do love playing. I do like playing Train Sim World. I just wish it had the variety of Train Sim Classic. In my honest opinion. Grangetown is next. We'll hop out for a little bit. It's a cool shot. Yeah, I prefer the 9-car variant. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, it's a good area. It's a good area. One of my favorite runs, I've actually created a 3-part scenario in the Train Sim community starting in Blackpool North. And I did a run from Blackpool North out to Leeds in the class 158. I mean, that was pretty fun. Especially since we got that that DLC that runs across Bolton, which made it a little more better to play, rather than trying to figure out how I connect DLCs to make it look nice. It was nice to actually have that DLC get made. I've mentioned it a bunch of times on my streams, and then when it came out, I was like, see? I was like, I pretty much knew what I was talking about, and apparently other people wanted it too, so it got made. But this is Grangetown. Doors will be opening on the right. Lucky you, man. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff I wish I can get on, but with the short amount of time I get when I come out there, it doesn't work out that way. Like, I would love to hop on a 91. Doors opening on the right here. How many more stops here? 2 more stops. Okay. I'm also working on a software that allows OBS to figure out where I am. So every time I make a stop, like right now, it updates the information on the screen, which I think is pretty cool. I've never actually done something from scratch like that. Of course, I don't know how to code, so ChatGPT is doing most of the work. But I'm telling it what I want it to do, and it's working with me on building something that actually functions the way I want it to. I'm not ready with that yet. It's not even close. I'm still in like alpha, so I can't even beta test it. But we're making baby steps. It's very time consuming, and it takes away from me actually making videos in my spare time. So I'm just like doing it whenever I get the free time. Because I want to produce content, and that's not actual content yet. So if it was closer, I would be all in. But so far, I gotta wait a little bit. We get up to 50 here. Dingle Road is next. Going to be doing a whole bunch of firsts next month. Never been on an Azuma. I'll be on an Azuma. Never been on the GWR 802. I'll be on one of those as well. Never been in Scotland, so any of the ScotRail trains I've never been on, I'll be on one of those as well. So I will be seeing some new locomotives when I come out there, which is pretty cool. As well as the Eurostar. Like, this is all stuff we don't have in America, so so for me to see this stuff, I got to come out there. And I really want to see how fast that Eurostar can get when I'm there. So I'm gonna be like a little kid with like 3 cameras and looking out the window and not wanting to go to sleep on the Caledonian Sleeper and just looking out the window at Northern England because I've never been there. The furthest up I've been in England is Liverpool and Manchester. So that's what the North Midlands or West Midlands. So it'd actually be cool to actually see things past like Preston and stuff like that. So I'm a little excited about that. 1.2 miles to Dingle Road. Uphill gradient of 0.2% as the line speed drops to 25. Just cutting back the power here, just letting it naturally come down on its own. So we get a yellow here. I'm seeing more traffic on this side of Cardiff City than we did the whole run. 0.9 miles here to Dingle Road. Line speed drops to 25 here. .7 miles to Dingle Road. As the line speed increases to 35. And we should be clear in the back here. Just gonna apply a little bit of power. Look at the scenery. Let me get my big head off the screen. Scenery wise, this isn't bad. I mean, it just looks like a mountain and a couple of trees here and there, but I don't think it's bad. Alright, let's wrap this run up. This run is taking way too long. 2.4% uphill gradient. approaching Dingle Road. Those will be opening on the right. Wonder how cool it is to actually be directly across the street from a train station. I'm sure it's not cool to them, but all right, Penarth is next. 500 yards. Somehow we've made it here just about on time. All right, and this is Penarth. Those will be opening on the right. It's kind of boring looking, if you ask me. But it is what it is. That was the Cardiff City Network. Next, we are hopping into Manchester. Actually, Hadfield. Heading to Manchester Piccadilly on the GLOSSOP line. And there you see my numbers. I'm really quite taken back with the time of these runs, and the amount of distance driven just doesn't add up to me. Like 9 miles and it took 40 minutes. That seems like it's well off as far as time concerned. But we'll jump back into the menu and hop into the next run. These load-ups are taking a long time lately. Alright, hopping in the GLOSSOP line. I could have sworn I was on it earlier. Should have been at the top. 323 unit. Service number 2G50. As you can see, I have a lot of ticks on this thing. I have played the shit out of this thing. 2G50 is our next run. As you can see, there's 2 ports. We will do both of them. I thought about just doing part 2. But what's 7 minutes? All right, and as you can see, we are in Hadfield. We'll get the safety systems up. All right, the key's not working. Just do it manually. Acknowledge AWS. We'll get the doors open while we make sure everything is set up. GSMR looks good. Instrument lights. Oh, that's good, but my instrument lights look off. Where the instrument lights at? No. I guess no instrument lights. Not a big deal. We'll set up for a flyaway here. Really? You just put me in fucking grass? Come on, Dovetail. And this guy just kicks my damn camera. That pisses me off. Welcome back, Sadid. I really do like this unit. I kind of think that the 323 would not be the unit they use for this. What is that bag he's got? But we'll get the doors closed here. Would they use a 195 for this? Alright, applying power. Back on a PVC. $15 miles leaving the platform. I would probably see I'm a big fan of this unit as well, the 323, because Birmingham Cross City is another DLC I have played a crap ton of hours on. Acknowledge. Line speed increases to 40. Full beans here. Drops down to 10. In just over 600 yards. Just over a mile to GLOSSOP, where we will change ends and head back towards Manchester Piccadilly. Downhill gradient at 1.0%. As we approach the curve to head towards GLOSSOP. Which I really don't understand why we can't just go straight. Like, why can't we go to the right and head straight to Manchester? If anybody has any idea, I would love to know. Line speed increases to 25, just over 100 yards. Just under a mile to GLOSSOP. And we get up to 25 as soon as the back clears. There we go. And we can now get up to 45. Line speed drops to 10, just a little bit before we reach GLOSSOP station. In about 900 yards. Where we will turn around and come right back the same way. Acknowledged. Line speed drops to 10. As we can see GLOSSOP in the far distance here. This is GLOSSOP. Doors will be opening on the right. Really wish I had my PVC. It's gonna be Christmas by the time I get this thing. But this is GLOSSOP. Please mind the gap leaving the train. As we shut this down and sprint to the other end and head back the other way to Manchester, Piccadilly. Alright, doors are open. We'll shut this down. Turn back to free roam. Don't make sense hopping out just to hop back in. Get out of my seat. How dare you? Alright, safety systems back up. Doors are unlocked. Make sure everything is working. Headlights are right. Yep. We'll switch to number 8. We'll get the doors locked. Set up for a flyaway. Alright, 2 for the guard, but you don't hear it. And applying power. And she's not moving. Why are you not moving? That's a BY. Alright, and now we're late. I'm sure we'll make it up somewhere. Not much of a fan of the starting and stopping. I much prefer doing a long run. Sadid, I am in a class 323 Northern. We just left GLOSSOP and we are heading towards Manchester Piccadilly. Denting is next. Line speed drops down to 25 and 600 yards. I believe there is a brick overpass. If I was doing this without the HUD, that I would be looking for to let me know line speed drops to 25. And that was it. We have an uphill gradient of 0.5%. This controller is not responding correctly. Just under 300 yards to Denting. As the line speed drops down to 10. Hopefully we don't have to wait for a service to come across the bridge once we get into the station. There should be another service coming in, going the opposite way. Single track here, so one of us is going to have to wait. And hopefully it's not me. But this is denting, doors opening on the right. And we are late. Alright, 2 for the guard. But I don't think there is one. Broad Bottom is next. We are still at 10 miles an hour here. And we get up to 40. 1.9 miles to Broad Bottom. So have you guys played the branch lines yet? And there's the oncoming service that had to wait. .8 miles. I really did enjoy doing those runs on the branch lines DLC. They're quick little commuter runs. Obviously, you're not gonna play it like constantly. You're looking at the same stations. It's only 11 stations, but for what it is, I think it does its job. You know, they're quick little branch lines. If you're playing this game but don't have a lot of time to, you know, do something long like an hour run, those are nice and quick. I feel like the scenery is awesome on that DLC. I do like the birds flying around, so you get some like live stock actually moving. 1 mile to Broad Bottom. I haven't really seen the moving regattas yet, or the moving boats, but I think it's decent. £14.99, $20 American. I feel like you get 3 quick routes for, I would say, £5 each. Plus, you get a free loco if you want to think of it like that. I actually like this bridge. But we're approaching Broad Bottom. Doors most likely opening on the left, but I could be wrong. I want to say they're opening on the right. No, they should be left. It's been a while since I played this. Yes, doors opening on the left. I got us way too close to the train there. Mind the gap leaving the train. What am I seeing here? What is going on? Seeing people hopping out the train through doors that aren't even open. Hattersley's next, just under a mile. Downhill gradient of 0.2%. Yes, we are going to Manchester Piccadilly Station. I feel like this DLC deserves a refresher as well. I noticed they've done a lot for the Scottish DLCs with new timetables. I feel like this one can get a new timetable, or should get a new timetable as well. But this is Hattersley. Doors will be opening on the right. I would not be opposed to getting a refresher for this. I also wish they could connect it to the Manchester Airport DLC. Because this DLC only has 323s in it in Manchester Piccadilly. Whereas Airport Commuter has everything in it. So I feel like with the new timetable, they can add all the extra 390s and TFW 150s and the 350s and Voyagers and just everything that stops at Manchester Piccadilly. Like, I think it's about time, you know, they showed this DLC some love too. It's a good DLC on its own, but I think that would make it even better, more realistic, more immersive, in my opinion. Godley Park is next. 0.8 miles. Aesthetically, this is a beautiful looking train. It's a beautiful looking train. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. If I had a PVC, that wouldn't happen. I believe the PVC Pro went back on sale again this morning. Why would you do it on a Sunday? Like, come on, man. I'm never getting one of those things. This is Gali. Those be opening on the left. Oh. Newton for Hyde is next. It's actually a cool little ramp. The only question is, why couldn't they just make the ramp right there? Whatever. Newton for Hyde is next. Unfortunately, indeed, I have not. Where is that bus located? This is Newton for Hyde. Doors opening on the left. I will look out for that when I'm out there. I'll look out for that. I have never seen it. I've never heard of it, so it'll be nice to actually look for it. You saw all the Boris buses, but they're starting to phase those out too, aren't they? This is Newton for Hyde. Hey, Abenis GmbH. Good to see you. Welcome to the kingdom. Flowery Field is next. .900 yards. I do like all the graffiti that I see on like the overpasses. Got the trees, just plant life just overtaking the overpasses as well. This is Flowery Field. I'm gonna overshoot a little bit here. Twins. Alright, get them closed here. Get the ticker back in there. Guy Bridge is next. 1.6 miles. We got some time to hop out here. I'm gonna hop out. Look at some scenery. Speeding a little bit. 1.2 miles to Guy Bridge. That's no good. What if I wanted to do this HUDless? I can't see the speedometer. Acknowledge. One in for the 40 drop. 0.8 miles to Guide Bridge. Downhill gradient of 1.3%. Some colorful graffiti. As we approach our next station, line speed drops to 40. 300 yards away from our next station, Guide Bridge. As we are a minute late. Could have been a lot worse. But this is Guide Bridge. Doors opening on the left. Actually, I want to make up some time here. Make sure I get the doors closed. Let me get myself off the screen, giggity. Alright, and applying some power here. Love me a nice beefy horn. Ashbury's next as we get closer to Manchester Piccadilly. We can get up to 60 here. Downhill gradient of 0.3%. This really is a smooth unit. I really do like driving this unit. .5 miles to Ashbury. As we pass by some stations here. Speeding a little bit, come down. 1.8 miles to Ashbury. I kind of wish there was more activity on this run. Like, I know this isn't like a main line, but I just feel like there should be some more like variety here. Like, I should see like some freight, or not even like an express run, but like some type of semi-express or something. I don't know. I guess you gotta be there to actually understand what goes on with this line. See, like I see some of those look like aggregate wagons over there. Some shiny red damn aggregate wagons. What are those, DBs? Yeah, those DBs. Actually, yeah, look at that. It's actually the first time I've noticed those. What? Is anything pulling those? Or are they just wagons? Look like just wagons. Acknowledge. Wanting for the 40. But we're pulling into the station. This is Ashbury. Ashbury's here, and doors will be opening on the left. Stopping at the 4-car marker. Yeah, we're 4 cars this way. Okay. Alright, getting them closed. We're only about a minute off, which isn't bad considering. Alright, Manchester Piccadilly's next. Line speed drops to 40 here. Next, we're staying in Manchester and heading out to Manchester Airport. I was kind of hoping we could connect these two runs, but the times were a little bit off, so don't think that's going to happen. Would have loved to have route hopped and not have to leave the game, but we may have to back out. What is that? Is that an 8-car 323? Line speed drops to 35 here as we approach Manchester. An area I know pretty well. Really wish we could see like Etihad Stadium in the background here. No, Trafford's that way. Etihad's that way. Also wish they could actually make a DLC with just the tram, like just do a Metrolink at Manchester Piccadilly, and like you can have a line from like say Old Trafford to Etihad Park. Like I think that would be interesting and cool and something new. Like just route hop. You could do a route hop at Manchester Piccadilly. Or you could just like walk downstairs and hop on the Metrolink if you're doing free roam. I think that would be pretty cool. But that's just me, I guess. This is Manchester Piccadilly. Doors opening on the left. Please mind the gap. Have a safe onward journey. I've spent 6 hours in this station my last time out. Not by choice. I was just not feeling well the last time I came out here. And it, for the most part, was not safe for me to get on the train. So I just camped out in Manchester Piccadilly, did a little rail fanning and drank some Pepto-Bismol and just enjoyed all the trains that came in and out. Doors opening on the left here. Got that in right before I did that. All right, so that was our run from Hadfield to Manchester Piccadilly. I wonder if I get a tick for that, because I did this in free roam. So I don't know. But we'll hop back into the main menu. I don't think you could route hop from here. All right, so we'll hop into the Manchester Airport DLC. Weekday timetable 323. And we are doing service 1U94. 1 Ultra 94. There we go. Blackpool North to Manchester Airport. We'll change the dynamic weather because if I wanted it to change while I'm playing, I would actually set it that way. Actually, I'm glad I caught that because I don't want foggy, I want clouds. And here we go. Not a fan of freight, American freight, so. All right, so here we are back in Manchester Piccadilly. We will get the safety systems back up. Keys in. God damn it. It's the second time it's done that to me. We'll get the reverser into forward. We'll acknowledge AWS. We'll get the doors open. We have a minute. We'll set up our cameras. As you can see, the beautiful 390 over there. Such a beautiful train. Let's see what else is in here. Voyager. Some 323s. Any TFWs over here? Negative. No TFWs. No 350s. Pardon me, ma'am. That looks like a 323 over there. We'll get the 390 in. And we'll get the doors closed. Two for the guard, but I don't think there's a guard on this unit. I believe it's 15 leaving. Full train heading out to the airport. We got the 20. Burnage is next. And that was a Voyager, not a 323. Not quite sure who he's waiting for to leave is. As we say goodbye to Manchester. Uh, 3.6 miles to Burnage. We get up to 45 here. Uphill gradient of 0.2%. And we are due there in less than a minute. I kind of feel like we're going to be late. As we head towards the style line. What's this approaching? Is that a Pendo? It is. I love AI, man. We get up to 65. Three miles to Burnage. Oh, full beans here. Correction, we're doing at 11:06, so plenty of time. We will not be late. Excuse me. Line speed drops to 45. As we head to the style line. .3 miles to Burnage. We get up to 75 here. I'm gonna hop out, get some fresh air. With all the houses looking the same, how do you remember which one is yours. 1.5 miles to Burnage. Signal yellow here. Wait, 7 miles to Burnage. Just gonna get down to a respectable, controllable speed. As we approach Burnage. Looks like we're clear to the platform. Uh, 600 yards. 350. I do like the difference in the AI on this. As I said earlier, I wish they had a new timetable for the GLOSSOP line. I feel like AI makes it a little more immersive. Also feel like there should be some announcements. I'm not sure if there is announcements on this unit, but I do feel like there should be some. 4-car unit. Hopefully there's a 4-car marker. If not, I'm going all the way down. Did not see a marker. But doors opening on the left. As they put me in the fucking trees again. Excuse me. I do not see a marker. I'm lying. There it is right there. I passed it. Gatley's next. 2.1 miles. I've actually done a video on this line where I've combined guard mode as well as drive mode. So you would actually see me driving, and then as we get to the stations, I would switch cameras and turn into guard mode and collect tickets. So I would collect the tickets, and then once we get closer, I would switch back to driving mode, basically, and drive to the next station. And then once we stop in the station, I would open the doors in guard mode. It was pretty interesting. I really have not seen anyone do anything like that in a video or on stream. You can't do it on stream because you need 2 separate modes. But 1 mile to Gatley. I felt like that was pretty different. I'm always looking to be different. I don't like following people. Uphill gradient to 0.8% as we are 0.6 miles away from Gatley on our way to Manchester Airport. Not really much to see here. I'm just gonna open a window. Motorway. It's a pretty elaborate motorway too. If you know which one this is, let me know. Looks pretty big. As we approach Gatley. This is Gatley, doors opening on the left. Mind the gap leaving the train? Pretty sure this has a guard buzzer on it. Oh, blurry textures, blurry textures. Oh, I got the blurries. Thought that was fixed. Got the blurries. There we go, I found it. In Classic, it's a different button. Sometimes I get my games a little fixed and mixed up. Which makes no sense. It's the same damn company. Why are they changing things? 1.5 miles to Hill Green. As we have an uphill gradient of 0.7%. We get up to 75 here. .2 miles. .6 miles to Hill Green. As we are also hitting a neutral zone pretty soon. We'll acknowledge that. Warning for the 40. Still traveling uphill, 0.7% as we approach Hill Green. This is Hill Green. Doors opening on the left. Get my big head off the screen here. Closing the doors. Two for the guard, but you don't hear it. Applying power. Dropping to 40 as we diverse to the right here. Manchester Airport's next. The 1.3 miles. Adding some more power here. One mile to Manchester Airport. I don't see any airplanes. Would have been cool to see some airplanes. Track 2 for us. This is Manchester Airport. Please mind the gap when leaving the train. Doors will be opening on the right. If you're flying out today, have a safe flight. TFW service to the left there. All right, and that was our run from Manchester Piccadilly out to Manchester Airport in the class 323. We will jump into the rundown and look at our progress for the day. So we started off today on the BAKERLOO line, and we ran that from Queen's Park all the way out to Elephant and Castle in the 72 stock, which was actually pretty fun. I'm just glad I got the right version for that, because the previous version did not look good in the tunnels. Like, everything was dark. You couldn't see your instruments. You couldn't see anything in the cabs from what I remember on those runs. So I'm actually glad that Dovetail fixed that with the update that they pretty much gave us. Then we were out in Cardiff City Network, and we did a run down from Coryton to Penarth in the TFW 150/2. Not my cup of tea. I really did not enjoy that DLC. I really don't enjoy that DLC. So I probably won't do many runs on that thing in the future. It just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. It just doesn't. And then we hopped on the GLOSSOP line in the class 323 as well, and we did a run from Hadfield all the way out to Manchester Piccadilly, and stayed on it, did parts 1 and part 2, which was actually pretty cool. So that was pretty fun. And then we switched it up and hopped on the Manchester Airport commuter line, which was pretty fun. We didn't do all stops, but it wasn't that bad. We got to see some extra AI on it, some 350s and TFW services in the 150 as well. And we actually got to see one of my favorite trains, the 390. So that was pretty fun. And next we're hopping into the Cathcart Circle, doing a run from Newton to Glasgow Central in the 380. So that's where we are right now. So let's actually hop into that. As you can see, I got it loaded up already. And we'll get the safety systems up. We'll put that in forward. Can't control the instrument lights. Headlights are in day. Looks like we're waiting for a signal. Until then, I will get the DRA on. There it is. Funny looking button. But we're waiting for 20 seconds. Not too long. We're in the class 380 ScotRail. I believe this is a D0. Yeah, I believe this is a D0 train. We'll get the DRA off and get going. Camera keeps jerking. Alright, we'll apply some power here. Sounds pretty quiet inside. Just gonna boost the audio a little bit. Newton's next in 400 yards. This is Newton. Doors should be opening on the left. Not sure how many cars we are here. I'm gonna assume we're 6. We'll hop out and take a look. Get doors open. Hey, Plums, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I thought it was a 0. We have a 6:25 departure. Does this have audio on it? Oh, you got some good food, huh? All good, my friend. All good, my friend. We'll get the doors closed. Now I want barbecue. Thanks a lot. Horn sounds a little weak. Yeah, that's definitely a 0. 1.4 miles to Kirkhill. As we look at the beautiful ScotRail livery. Doesn't matter what ScotRail's on, I just love the way it looks. The blue with the little dots on it. It's pretty cool. We get up to 40 here. We are 1.2 miles from Kirkhill. Line speed increases to 50. Right about now, as the back end of the train clears. There we go. We get up to 50 here. Uphill gradient of 1.3%. Less than a mile to go. Due in at 27:30. This really is a quiet cab. Even with that window open, it sounds quiet. .900 yards to Kirkhill. Uphill gradient of 1%. Just gonna let it coast. Naturally come down on its own as we approach the platform. I swear I thought this had announcements on it. This is Kirkhill, doors opening on the left. All right, doors opening on the left. All right, applying power here. Burnside's next. I really do like this DLC, Cathcart Circle. I haven't played it a lot lately, but it's just really fun. I believe, what is it, the 319 that usually is on this, working this line. 0.9 miles to Burnside. I just could have thought the 380 had announcements, but I guess it's the 385. Uh, 7.7 miles to Burnside. This cab is just way too quiet for me, unless I'm missing something. So Plums, I'm actually working on a scenario with that Lumo, and I'm trying to make the run out to Houston, but there's no destination for Houston. So I don't know what to do with that. Like, I want to leave it blank, but then it just doesn't feel right to me. I was able to get the GSMR in, thank you, by the way. Alright, doors opening on the right here. Actually, I don't want to change that camera, so we'll use this one. Overshot a little bit. I kind of feel like when Emrai did that reskin, he probably has no control over it. I was gonna say, when he did that reskin, he probably could have put that in there, but I don't think he's changing any coding. He's just changing the skin. So don't think there's anything he could have done. Welcome back, Sadid. .7 miles to Croft Loot with a downhill gradient of 1%. If I had to say anything, Sadid, I would probably say 45 minutes. Just looking at the timestamp from your last message. This is Croft Loot. Doors opening on the right. Please mind the gap when leaving the train. We'll get the little choo-choo in there. No, I don't want to start a recording plot here. Get the doors closed here. I do like the design of this 380. There's just something about that sloped face that attracts me to it, although I don't play it as much. Line speed drops to 25 here. Is my AWS on? I'm not sure if they're pinging. I don't think I've actually paid attention to it. This is Kings Park. Doors opening on the right. Have I ever been where? If you mean here, no, I have not. Negative. I have not been to Scotland at all, but I will be there in another month, which I am proud to say. Doors opening on the right, flying out to Edinburgh, and heading out to Fort William. So I will be on ScotRail on that day. Only for a day. Actually for 2 days. Once I get to Fort William, I do plan on doing a little traveling to hit the locks out there. And then the next day I'm hopping on the Caledonia Sleeper. So yeah, probably like 2 days. I'll do some sightseeing stuff. One of my friends was trying to get me to go catch a rugby match, which I don't think I have time for, but it does sound like fun. We get 25 here. Downhill gradient of 0.2%. Langside is next in 1.1 miles. And we are on the Cathcart Circle. And I'm not sure if my AWS is on. I don't remember hearing any pings. If I'm wrong, you guys can correct me. But I didn't see any pop-up messages, so it might just be me not hearing correctly. 0.9 miles to the lakeside. As line speed drops, there we go, to 20. 350 plus stations, Jesus. I mean, this is all good stuff that I do want to hear. Like I'm glad they at least added Liverpool to their list there. It just gives me a lot more options to use when I'm making videos, which is really weird because I'm trying to do 3 videos right now, plums, at one time. So it's good to hear that they're actually adding stuff that I could use. And this is the most interesting part of the circle. We made a left, went straight, and then made a right. I do like that I can hear all the points that it's going over when with the windows open here. As we get up to 40 here, as soon as my back clears. You know me, plums. I enjoy content. So whenever we get new content, it's always a good thing. I'm not even looking for any of the stuff that they said were coming out that has still not come out. Like the Corby extension, still not out. ATS promised us that route to come out. Still isn't out. So I'm just not gonna be excited anymore. And when we get the stuff, we get the stuff. Frankie, we got stuff to play. I don't care. Just don't like being lied to. This is Langside. Doors opening on the right. Man, that guy looks mad. What's he mad about? Jesus. It's a beautiful day outside. Interesting looking ramp. Pollock Shores next. That would be Canary Wharf. And I can say that with ease. Although it's not an underground train. I tend to favor Canary Wharf. But if I had to pick a different one that was underground, I would probably say... Is it South Tottenham? Like, I know that's on the Elizabeth line, but I think the Northern line stops there as well. If not, Paddington is interesting. Yeah, no, I love Canary Wharf. I've said this many times. I've stayed out there. One of my favorite restaurants is there. I just love it. It reminds me of Manhattan, being that I'm from New York. Because once you go outside, all you see is all the tall buildings, and it looks like, and I know it's the financial district in London, but it also looks like the financial district in Manhattan. So that's part of the reason why I like it so much. Also because it has so much memories for me, because when I first got there, I was with my daughter, and we shared our first memories of being in London there, as well as our first meal there, as well as her first legal drink there. So yeah, it has a lot of memories for me, which is why it's one of my favorite places. Doors opening on the right here. We're actually on time here. I'm gonna hop out and set up a flyaway. What were you expecting me to say? Like, what is yours? You know what? You're absolutely right. South Tottenham is. Is it Tottenham Court? It's something Tottenham on the Elizabeth line. Bank? That's also on the Elizabeth line. What's the station with all the theaters over there? I want to say that's Tottenham Court Road. That sounds like it's right. Tottenham Court Road, not South Tottenham. Yes, there we go. All right. All right, I wasn't going crazy. I just had a brain fart. Yes, Tottenham Court Road. I just remember getting off there, and I went to see the Michael Jackson play over there, and I got off there, and there was like this big Harry Potter type of display going on. It was really interesting, and then I actually seen a store called TK Maxx. Those opening on the right here. Only problem is in America it's called TJ Maxx, so it kind of threw me off. Again, this is all memories that I remember from when I went out there. Pollock Shield's next. Pollock Shield West is next. But yes, South Tottenham Court came into my head because it's one of my favorite lines. Love me a Goblin line. Looks like single yellow here. Gotta back off on the power here. Line speed drops to 30. We're approaching Pollock Shield, and I think I just spat. Oh, I did. Okay. That was a repeater. It threw me off for a second. There's the red. It threw me off for a second. Alright, doors opening on the right here. I don't think I've ever been to Seven Sisters, Sadid. For that much, I don't think I've been on the Victoria too much. We'll get the doors closed here. As we now have a green. Don't think I've been on Central either. Northern, Elizabeth, Bakerloo, District the most. Hammersmith maybe, and Circle. Elizabeth line the most though. Glasgow Central is next. As we drop down to 25 in less than 300 yards. Uphill graded at 0.1%. 1.3 miles to Glasgow Central. And what is that guy waiting for? Is he stuck? What's going on there? Surprisingly, we have kept the time on this run, as much as I've been talking. And this guy's stuck too. What is going on with this? Hey, Code Monkey, how's it going on, buddy? It seems like you always arrive when I'm doing a ScotRail run. And this guy's waiting as well. It looks like we have a backlog of trains just waiting. Less than a mile to Glasgow Central. I'm sure it's not. But I know how much you love your ScotRail liveries and routes. I mean, well deserving. ScotRail runs are pretty cool. I'm just curious as to why all these trains are just sitting here, not moving. That is not immersive. And there's another one. Look at all of these. It's probably this guy holding them up. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you know, this is my first time on this new timetable, so I don't know if it's a timetable at all. It could be. Could be, but they're not going my way, so I won't I won't worry about it anymore. As I pull into Glasgow, and that was the first time that Vigilance went off on his run. I see double yellows coming up. It's the first time I've actually came into Glasgow this way. Another 380 over there, 319 to the right. Looks like a 319. There's a shitload of AI just coming out of nowhere now. Clear to the platform. I'm just glad it didn't stop us from actually getting to the platform. But this is Glasgow Central. I don't know what platform we're stopping at because it's taken a bunch of crazy turns here. Looks like we're settled and doors will be opening on the right. It's 158. Looks like he's ready to go too, and he is. Yes. Yes, it is. There is a lot of AI just looking like they're stuck here. I'm gonna have to look into this off stream. But there's way too much AI there just not moving with a full Glasgow as well. But this is Glasgow, doors opening on the left, finally. I still want to do a segment where I just make fun of the NPCs. Like, that's something my girlfriend would definitely hop on to do. Like, I should just get her a camera. Doors opening on the left. I should just get her a camera and we can make fun of all the NPCs. Alright, now is our run on the Cathcart Circle in the Class 380. Scott Run livery. It's actually pretty fun. Speeding 5 times. Really should have been more because I kind of was not paying attention. Not gonna lie. Hopping back into the main menu. You know what, Code Monkey, since you're here, I'm gonna stay in Scotland and we'll hop on the 11th line. Just because you have an appreciation for this. I know you love your Scottish stuff. Did I happen to the wrong thing? Where are we? Yeah, 5 circle. There we go, 158. 11. Does any of these have any announcements on them? We are doing service 2K68. Which I don't see. Sorry, 2K64. That's why, because I'm an idiot. Which I still don't see. Oh, someone has ticked already. Great. Custom weather. We'll go clear. Driver mode. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream tonight. A little something different from me. I usually like doing longer runs, but it's good to get some commuter works in.
Welcome to the ScotRail service 2. Calling at. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police.
She didn't say where we were going.
61816. We'll
Just kind of half-assed the announcements.
Say it. Sorted.
I'm a little disappointed now. I'm a little disappointed now. We'll get the doors open. I guess that's as bright as the instrument lights go. We'll pop on the GSMR. Gotta change the sensitivity on this thing. I want the door closed. Like to feel like I am encased in the cab here. Let's see if we need to turn any of these things on. Destinations on. Instrument lights on, but can't make it brighter. Crew light off. Yeah. We have the green. We're actually late, so we'll get the doors closed. Ran into a wall there. Ooh, and we got a guard. Nice. 2 for the guard. I like how I can hear that outside the train. It's a lot better. Releasing the brakes and applying some power. Don't look like my headlights were. And it doesn't look like she's moving. I did not put the DRA on, but whatever. Totally ruined my flyaway. We'll get the confused guy in the shot now, since we had to adjust. It looks like my train is dancing. What is going on there? Alright, she's not moving. What's going on here? Is this broken? Am I bugging out here? What's going on? Am I bugging out here, guys? Didn't I put this in the forward? Oh, I guess I didn't. I swear I put this in the forward. That's why I didn't think it was actually not in forward. Alright, I guess that was a DFO issue. Thank you, Code Monkey. Sorry I ruined your your Scottish moment there with my flyaway I would have loved to have done. I swear I put that at the forward. I was wondering why it wasn't moving. And also the DRA was on. I didn't put the DRA on. I might have fat fingered it and, and punched a bunch of things that I didn't think I did. But we can get up to 45 here as we make our way to Cameron Bridge in 1.5 miles. Sounds a little quiet too. Yeah, that's better. Close that door. Never mind. We'll get some fresh air. I love the scenery in this DLC. And I like looking at that livery. That livery is definitely different. As we stalk the 158. I just love the way this unit looks. I would say the 158 is probably a decent train for me as well. Definitely drives a lot different than the 150. To me, anyway. 0.8 miles to Cameron Bridge. Uphill gradient of 0.5%. Losing too much power here, so I'm just gonna increase it a little bit. Still a little pissed off at that reverse thing. 0.6 miles to Cameron Bridge. And if you guys don't know what DFO means, it means dumb fucking operator. Because I'm stupid. On a positive note, we have not seen Streamboo for 3 streams. So I guess I fixed that issue. No Streamboo lately. And as I say that, I watch it pop up. What's DFA? I mean, I have an idea, but maybe you have a different meaning for it. Approaching Cameron Bridge. Nice, speed drops to 30 here.
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you.
Why can't she fucking tell me where we're going? What is going on? That's a waste of announcements. What is going on here? It's a waste of announcements, man. This is Cameron Bridge. Unless I'm just not hearing it. Alright, doors opening on the left. We'll set up for a flyaway here, since we didn't get one. We're 4 minutes late here. Let's find something interesting. How far can I get? I guess that's it. This is where I miss Classic, man. This is where I miss Classic. Closing the doors here. We'll get this off the screen. Do like you can hear a buzzer from outside. Applying power here. Getting artsy with the shot there. 7 miles to Kirkcaldy. I mean, maybe my headset's not working right, but are you guys hearing announcements with the stations? Because I am not hearing it. Steve Hornsby, good to see you again, brother. Thank you for that. I tried to get a little artsy with it there. Sometimes having an actual controller is beneficial. I will say I am a little more comfortable using just a keyboard though. But sometimes being a little cinematic with it is cool. 6.8 miles to Kirkcaldy. Going full beans here. Nick Giorgio, no, this is not my favorite Scottish route for TSW. It's up there though. I think it's fun. Cows? No, those are sheep. I think it's fun to play this route. If I had to pick a route, I definitely would hop on this one. No, my favorite route would probably be. Let me just back off on the power here. I would probably say a run in the Voyager. I'm not sure which. I think that's on Sprinter for Edinburgh, Glasgow. Not that I'm not a fan of stopping services. I just like to go fast, you know? In Tracing Classic, I do like doing some of the Scottish routes. I think last week I did my Caledonia Sleeper run. Like if I had the time, I would do the whole thing. Only problem is it's a night run normally, unless I actually start in Fort William, where it's 3 hours of daylight, pretty much. And that's another thing, Plums. I think I want to start finishing the Caledonia Sleeper run down to London, Euston. Until now, I've only done it as far as Edinburgh. But that's 3 hours right there, so that's a pretty good run right there in itself. But I think I'm gonna finish it. I think I'll take it all the way down to Euston. Uphill gradient of 0.4% as we travel to Kirkcaldy. Going full beans here, 5.3 miles. We're doing at 12:34. Line speeds drops to 25 and 1.3 miles. I'm actually going to close the windows here. There we go. Oops, actually speeding. My bad. Yeah, I mean, I could do that, Co-Monkey, or I could just say, hey, we're doing a day run. You know, just acknowledge that we're doing a day run. I know how people feel about their immersion. I mean, I'm the same way, which is why I haven't changed it. But yeah, I want to see some scenery. Like, you guys know I love my scenery. Line speed drops down to 25 here. I'm just gonna add some braking. Yeah, I could just say I want to do a day run with the Caledonia Sleeper. I'm sure people have an issue with it, but 4.7 miles to Kirkcaldy. I'll be honest, you guys know me. How often do I do a run in a class 66 anyway? So that could be a good excuse to hop into a 66. Well, actually, no, we will be switching to a 92. Yeah, we will be switching to a 92 as we head down towards London Euston, which I quite like, the TSC AP 92. It's a really good drive, and you don't get to use it as much because, well, let's face it, the 92s are pretty much for the Caledonian Sleeper or like traveling goods into mainland Europe, unless I'm mistaken. Like, how often do you see runs in a 92? We get up to 80 here. 4 miles to Kirkcaldy. We have an uphill gradient of 1.5%. I am full beans now. Getting up to 80 as we pass in HST. Gotta love this new timetable. We are late. 3.8 miles to Kirkcaldy. And we still have 3.8 miles. While we're at it, we'll jump out and look at some... look at some sheep. I gotta say, Cody Monkey, when I do come out there next month, I hope I see a lot of this, like, just green everywhere. Look at all this green, man. I am a city boy, so I don't see all this green. Like, this is lovely right here. And that livery is pretty cool looking too. So pretty sure I won't be on this when I get out there. .7 miles to Kirkcaldy. Taking a sip here. Pardon me. Today's drink of choice is strawberry lemonade. Pop myself back up for a little bit. 2.4 miles to Kirkcaldy. The shirt we're sporting today is Imperial Ale Dark Cider. It has Darth Vader on it. It's a play off of apple cider, or a cider drink, basically, and Star Wars. In case you guys don't know, I am a big fan of Star Wars. I believe I got this shirt at Comic-Con. Usually all my shirts when I stream, even if you go back and look at all my videos, they're all black. I just think they shoot better with this green screen behind me. So I usually tend to wear a black shirt or a black hoodie, depending if it's cold or not. I do have the fan working today. Because it does tend to get hot with the lights on. American 250, nice. I don't know if that goes against anything for you guys, but has anybody ever commented about your shirt? .8 miles to Kirkcaldy. Well, technically I did hear it, but I know you don't mean me. .6 miles to Kirkcaldy. It's funny because actually next week I wanted to do a run, a couple of runs in the United States, and one of the liveries actually says, you know, 250 on it.
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you.
What is going on? I almost rather not hear her if she's not going to tell me. Worst announcements ever. Unbelievable. Come on, Dovetail. This is Kirkcaldy. The door is opening on the left. Unbelievable. Can't make this shit up. I think I say that every week now because every week is something new. Way past my stop point. All right, doors opening on the left. Budget cuts to the announcements. Steve Hornsby, your shirt actually sounds pretty cool. Is there a website I can go to actually get one for myself? Maybe I'll wear it on the stream next week. If I can order it in time. We are 6 minutes heavy here. That's partly shitty driving and partly stupid engineering. Because I didn't know I was in reverse. We'll get doors closed here. I do like that I can hear that. 2 for the guard. We'll get that off the screen. Nice. I think that's the first South Carolina reference I've had on any of my streams. So if your fiance is from South Carolina, I'm pretty sure you've had some southern cooked food. I actually love it, man. 2.5 miles to Kinghorn. This is the stadium. Who plays here? Nice little viaduct. Oh, sorry. Kirkcaldy Wraith Rovers. Is that a rugby team or is that an actual football team? I mean, it's a cool looking stadium. Yeah, I figured Code Monkey would know. Oh, it is football, okay. It's definitely not Premier though, right? It's probably what, second tier maybe? I've been actually watching a bunch of these videos. I think it's called Jolly. It's like two guys and they just eat a bunch of American foods. I'm just gonna hop out here. It looks scenic. I can't really see the water too well in the far distance over there, but it looks scenic to me.
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave.
She's killing me, man. She is killing me. It's almost like she doesn't want to do her job, so she's doing it half-assed. Like, even with the tone, it's just like, we'll soon arrive. Make sure I, yes, I'm playing on the PS5 today. I also play on the computer, but most of my DLCs for this is on my PS5. But I am transferring over. So once I get another sale, I'm probably, hopefully, gonna catch up again. And I can start playing with new timetable mods and all that other good stuff in the future. It's amazing. I guess I make it look like I'm on a computer. Doors opening on the left. Tintin actually said the same thing to me because I do play on a computer. And then he found out I was playing on the PlayStation, and he was like, "I thought you were on a computer." I was like, "Nah, brother, I'm I'm on a PS5 for this right now." Hopefully he won't be disappointed. I know he wanted to show me around Preston when I come out there, but I don't think I'm gonna get a chance to actually make it out there to Preston. Yeah, I mean, I can see the announcements aren't that great because it's not doing too well for me either. I mean, I kind of thought she would at least tell me where I'm going. Two for the guard. Kind of forgot what I was talking about before I hopped out there to look at scenery. Burnt's Land is next. I believe so, yes, Cold Monkey. It's still one of the coolest routes that they've added, to me anyway. I was actually quite surprised when I first played it. I was like, this is a really, really interesting, good route. And then it had this skin on it as well, the Leatherman skin on the 158. So it kind of separates itself from, you know, the rest of all the ScotRail stuff. To me anyway. 2.2 miles to Burton's Land. But getting back to Tintin, I would have loved to have actually hanged out with him, but my week is just jam packed when I come out there. I'm not gonna have much downtime. What happened to my GSMR? Why does that not look like it's on? Oh, it is on. It's not showing anything. But whatever, we'll go full beans here. Steve, I do that as well. I like to take my laptop with me to work. It's a gaming PC laptop. 19 inches. I believe it is a 4050 NVIDIA chip in it. I just added 4 terabytes of storage to it. So yeah, I usually take it with me and create scenarios on it, just so I can keep myself busy and with downtime. 1.1 mile to Burton's Land. Downhill gradient of 0.88%. Line speed drops to 50 in 0.6 miles. And we are still late. So what I like to do is do some work on routes and stuff like that when I'm at work. And thank you for joining, Steve. Hold on, I want to hear this.
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
It's hilarious. We're coming up on Burton's Land. So what I like to do is I like to work in my downtime because, you know, I work in television. So when I'm not on a show, I have some time in between. It could be like 1 or 2 hours or whatever. You know, so just to keep myself busy, I'll work on some routes. So it comes in a lot. It comes in very handy, having that. So yeah, I love my gaming laptop. I love my computer as well. This is Burton's Land. Doors opening on the left. It's a pretty little cool alcove, if that's what you would call it. $170. I like that. I'll give it a shot. You gonna put your ass right in my shot. Come on, bro. Is he serious? Alright, I'm closing him. do like the buzzer on the outside. I keep forgetting to take the brakes off. Any shenanigans today? No, nobody jumping off of the damn overpasses. I guess that only happens on the Great Western Express remaster. Full beans here. We get up to 65. 2.5 miles to Arbiter. Did I say that right? Arbiter. Uphill gradient of 0.5% now. Downhill gradient. We're still late. I would love to see this. Hopefully it's... I mean, it's pretty cool. That was the money shot I wanted, actually. 1.3 miles to Arbiter. Just gonna bring the game audio down a little bit. Wonder what this shot would look like. Kind of wish Dovetail would actually give you more time to set that shot up rather than it flying by you without giving you a chance.
We'll soon arrive at... Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
This shit's cracking me up. Running Train, I downloaded it. It is in my Steam folder. I just haven't played it. Not because I don't want to, just I've been creating so much stuff that I haven't had a chance to sit down and actually play it. This is Arbiter. There is a photo mode. I usually just pause it and actually go to the camera. I don't know the shortcut for it. Alright, stopping at the guy with the green shirt. Hello, sir. How you doing? Like, this really is a nice route. I quite like it. It's just a little long. And technically, Code Monkey, you could probably answer this for me. Is this a branch line? If this is a branch line, it is really long. Closing them. I believe this is a branch line. Two for the guard. Releasing the brakes. Applying power. All right, copy that. It's interesting. This is probably the one branch line I would not mind playing more than once. Excuse me. Especially because it's longer, but the Thames branches. Not that I think it's a bad DLC. I just don't think it has that much replayability. I don't mind playing it, but you only have 11 stations. I think we've had more than 11 stations on this run alone. So, 2 miles to Dalgety Bay. We got 75 here. Full beans. We are way behind time here. Steve, I'm impressed with Running Train as well. I just haven't had a chance to play it. It takes nothing away from the game, though. The game, it looks brilliant. And it's UE5, so I kind of wish TS7 would be changing to that, but I doubt it will be. Hopefully they're starting to look into changing to UE5, and maybe we won't have so many problems on console in the future, or just in general. And I know people are going to say, yeah, but the whole library is UE4, and if they change to UE5, blah, blah, blah. That would give them a good reason to actually make a TSW8. You can leave TSW7 as it is, like its own separate game, and then just start, since you're going to do it anyway, a new TSW game with the UE5 engine and up. Like, I think that will work, and you can still have all your catalog. I'm talking over. She's not going to tell me where I'm going. That way you can still keep your catalog, and we can actually evolve with the game. Well, that's just my opinion anyway. We're approaching Dalgety Bay. Door's most likely opening on the left. Yeah, UE5 is the way they need to start heading, in my opinion. This is Dalgety Bay. That guy with his red hair, man. Oh, and it's a ponytail. Nice. I don't know what type of shirt that was though. Oh man, can't make this shit up, man. These NPCs are the best, dude. What in the I thought I saw some more shenanigans on the outside of the train. Closing them. I'm pretty sure if I went back into all my videos, I could make a whole segment with just making fun of the NPCs. 2 for the guard. I don't think I'm on the right camera. There you go. Inverkeithing's next. We shouldn't be that far to Glasgow. Let me get myself out of the way here. Excuse me, Edinburgh. We're heading to Edinburgh. We already went to Glasgow on the Cathcart. So we are heading to Edinburgh. 1 mile to Inverkeithing. Downhill gradient of 1.1%. Light speed drops to 50 in less than a mile. And we are 0.8 miles away. Still late. I'm sure the passengers are barking at me in the back there, but it sounds like a them problem.
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
Just gonna get down to 40 here since we have to drop anyway. $500 yards. That looks like I'm really going fast, doesn't it? This is Inverkeithing. Doors opening on the left. Let's see if I can stop this thing without actually being in the cab. Oh, not bad. I actually was not looking at the indicator over there. I should have just took it off. Doors opening on the left here. That's actually a cool shot. And then someone kicks my camera. Fucking NPCs, man. Switching to the 8 camera. So I can do a pull off here. Giggity. Coat Monkey, what do these designs mean? If you know by any chance. I mean, it looks pretty cool. I do like that the 11 mid rail link is on the door there. That's pretty cool. 2 for the guard. We get up to 40 here. I got about 2 hours. I'm not worried about that. Hey, Paul, what's up, brother? How you doing? Good to see you, homie. 1.3 miles to North Queen's Ferry as we make our way to Edinburgh. Uphill gradient 1.4%. Yeah, that's another thing I gotta look into, Code Monkey. That's not my problem, Paul. I don't care if the train was late. I had nothing to do with it. Don't blame all train drivers. 1.1 miles to North Queen's Ferry. Did you take Little Man with you, or was it just you? And tell Ash I said hi. Oh, just about a mile to our next destination. It's pretty cool. Is she going to tell us where we're going?
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you
You
before
sucker.
you leave the train. 1.4 miles, excuse me, 1.4% uphill gradient as we approach North Queen's Ferry. Taking too long. This is North Queen's Ferry. Doors opening on the left. As we see the beautiful bridge in the foreground. Damn it, I was trying to make it before he got there. I was trying to make it before he got there so I could get it in the shot. What is that bridge over there? Hopping to the number 8 camera so I can get a little higher. It's not much better. Come on, Dovetail. You gotta do better, man. Get myself off, giggity. Cool. See, this is why I like talking to you guys on the stream, because you give me my information. Because I don't know. Sorry, Kojak, you missed the train. Two for the guard.
1.8 miles to Dalmeny. Oh yeah, I got an HSC coming. Switching cameras here. Oh, cool. We got a sun and a moon in this shot. That's pretty fucking awesome. Let's get that out of there. Wish I can get both bridges in. Actually, let me go on the other side. Maybe I can. I feel like I'm too far away, though. Can't really see it. No, can't really see it. And I'm stuck. This bridge is beautiful. I honestly hope I cross this thing when I get out there. Coming up on Dalmeny. Or if I'm saying it right, Dalmany, maybe. And where's the lady with the half-ass announcement? This is Dalmany. Doors opening on the left. What the fuck did I just see? Somebody just jumped out of the train. I was hoping to see it again. Alright, I'm locking the doors. Some weird stuff going on. Do not kick my camera, sir. I hate you. I hate him. All right. Edinburgh Gateway's next. 3.8 miles. Uphill gradient of 0.5%. So if you guys are into candles, one of our very own, Paul, who's in the chat right now, has a company that he and his wife pretty much runs by themselves. They make all the candles themselves. They personalize them for you. So if you guys fancy candles and they're good, I can vouch for it. I'm on my second order right now. I would talk to him in the chat. He is Mr. Wedgenbig. Personal friend of mine, actually. Makes some good stuff. .1 miles to Edinburgh Gateway. Downhill gradient of 0.3%. As we can now get up to 100 miles an hour, which I'm going to try to make, but I don't think we're going to get it. We have an uphill gradient of 0.3% there. It's definitely going to actually level down. We could make it. I don't know. We'll see. We're behind 6 minutes on this run, but that's mainly because of my DFO error. I'm going to try to get up there. Line speed drops to 90 at 1.7 miles. This might be close. I'm pushing it. Hopefully I can get it. Might actually overshoot the platform because I'm gonna push this hard. Giggity. I don't think we're gonna get it. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it. Nah, we're not. One mile to Edinburgh Gateway. Uphill gradient of 0.7%. That definitely killed us. I'm gonna start braking here.
We'll soon arrive at. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
It's still funny to me. This is Edinburgh Gateway, since she won't tell you. It's hilarious. Those will be opening on the left. Is that glass? I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce it. I'm sure it probably says Edinburgh Gateway, but just gonna kick my camera. I hate you. I didn't mean to hit the hit the wrong button. Whatever. Haymarket's next. Just under 4 miles. We still have a downhill gradient of 0.7%. Line speed drops to 75 here. I did want to do a run on the Isles of Wight, but we're already 4.5 hours in. So I'll just back pocket that one. All good, Paul. St. Clinton, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I'm actually wrapping it up, man. We are already just to officially say 4.5 hours in. So next couple of stops will be it for today, unfortunately. I could do this all day. I don't know. I appreciate you guys sticking around and spending time with me, but it's got to be getting pretty late to you guys over in the UK. I don't expect you to be up to like 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm not done though. I'm probably gonna hop back on after the stream ends and get some more stuff recorded. Probably for a future video, but I won't subject you guys to that. You know what, Paul? I came for that too. So where they at? Where they at? Where they at? Yeah, St. Clinton, I actually have been uploading a lot of shorts. Like I have all this content. I pretty much stream for like 4.5 hours. I got some good stuff in there, so I figured I'd at least, you know, put those up. They've been getting some good responses, so I'm probably gonna continue to do that. And I try to find all the funny bits to upload, just to keep it interesting. So yeah, appreciate that, man. Especially if, you know, if I don't get an actual video up it's good to actually put up some content, you know, just to stay busy. But the actual app that I use actually allows me to cut things up, and it just uploads it like when I set it to, so I don't have to do it every day.
Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
Yeah, Paul, like that sounds like it's easy, but if I'm actually playing, I can't even write this stuff down. Which is cool. Like I use I think it's Nexus Clip. It actually tracks the video and finds the points for me. So then I just had to review them, and I'll either extend them or I'll say, nah, this sucks. So that's been actually working out. Yeah, it helps with TikTok too, so I don't have to actually manually put in the info. But this is Haymarket. Doors opening on the left. Yeah, I'm just working on so much stuff right now. I'm still working on my app with my bug and all that stuff. Uh, I'm creating scenarios. I'm making videos. I'm making shorts. Like, why isn't the doors locked? There we go. Two for the guard. Yeah, so for me to actually look at videos and then have to mark the times, that's one less thing I got to worry about. That's why I don't mind using this app. So it's very convenient right now. Next and last stop is Edinburgh Waverley. Hello. How you doing, Ash? Paul. Thank you for putting your lights on, guy. In a tunnel with no lights. Jerk. Paul, I thought you were your wife. Welcome back, Sadid. 0.7 miles to Edinburgh Waverley. Line speed drops down to 20 here. Double yellows. And working on the app is exhausting. I'm not doing the work, but it's kind of like AI doesn't want to move fast enough for me, so I gotta like keep typing commands just for him to feel comfortable.
Your belongings with you before you leave the train.
500 yards here. This is Edinburgh Waverley. Doors opening on the right. Bagpipes. It's the first time I've heard the bagpipes. Is that a normal occurrence with the bagpipes? I don't think I've heard that before. It's actually a pretty cool touch. This is Edinburgh Waverley. That dude had green hair. Doors opening. Alright, where are the bagpipes? I would have found them. Is it just in the speakers? Is that what it is? Nah, we're not skating past that. I want to find those bagpipes. I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. I think it's in a speaker, but... yeah, it's in a speaker. Alright, we'll hop back in the main menu here. Actually, we'll hop into the rundown. Alright, and today's stream basically was all about commuting trains. So the witty pun here would be, does not commute. So as you can see, our first run was on the BAKERLOO line, service 201D / or dash 0.5. We left at 7:10 from Queen's Park to Elephant and Castle. Then we hopped into the Cardiff City network, leaving from Coryton to Penarth. I think I'm saying that right, Penarth. In the TSW6 /2. I will not probably hop on that shit ever again. It was boring as fuck. Sorry to say it. For all of my my Welsh fans out there, but it was boring. Sorry. Then we actually hopped into the GLOSSOP line, and we did parts 1 and 2, leaving from Hadfield to Manchester Piccadilly. And then we hopped into the MAC, Manchester Airport Commuter, still staying in the class 323, service number 1U94. And that originally was from Blackpool North to Manchester Airport, but we left from Manchester Piccadilly. Then we hopped into the Cathcart Circle in the class 380, leaving from Newton to Glasgow Central. Isle of Wight, we will omit for this run, because it'll put me over 5 hours. We're already creeping up on 5 hours now. And we hopped into the Leavenworth line, service number 2K64, leaving at 12:15, but we left at like 12:20 because I'm stupid. In the class 158, heading to Edinburgh Waverley. I'm not really stupid, I'm just saying. Oh, man. And that's our rundown for the day. But that actually is going to do it for me today. I actually have fun with you guys. Quite a lengthy one today. And uh, I have fun. I always have fun with you guys. Even if it's just me playing, I am playing for you guys. So I hope you guys enjoy it as well. And if you don't, you could tell me. My skin is, pretty thick. Um, so yeah, like if there's anything you want to see, just let me know as well. I really really don't mind playing something uh that you guys want to see. So just let me know. But that's actually going to do it for us today. We'll be back next week, same time, same channel, 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. in the UK. I want to say GMT, but I don't think it's GMT anymore. Send emergency pizzas, Paul. Yeah, no. But I'll talk to you guys next week. I'll see you later. Also, I forgot to change this, so never mind the complete Great Western Day. That should say Commuter Chaos, but that's another story. I'll see you guys later.